Life.
All right, we are testing. We are testing. I think we are
All right.
live. So hopefully, if
Yes.
my web controller worked, it sent us live. We will see in
Ooh,
a second.
sweet. I guess so. All right. Testing.
We
1,
have
2,
our web
3.
controller back up and running again
Ooh, we got
today
controller.
here at ThetaWave podcast.
Yes. So you actually get to see all of our cameras, which would be awesome.
If we remember to switch them.
If we remember.
All right, we are testing. We are testing. I think we are live. Sweet. I guess so. All right, testing. 1, 2, 3. Back up and running again. Yes. Actually, can see all of our cameras. It'd be awesome. If we remember. If we remember. Probably should turn off that thing over there. Being quite so loud.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Okay, let's test again. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Testing.
Testing.
A little closer to my mouth.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
It's all in the car.
On the cards. Pick your card, any card. Is this your card? Boink. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Closer to my mouth.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
All in the car.
On the cards. Pick your card, any card.
We sound really good when we're not interrupting each other.
It's your card. Mm-hmm.
Let's see how it sounds when one of us is talking and the other one says something like, I really don't want to get
Yeah.
cut out. So, say something so that I can say.
Hello, yes. And, I was talking about that, but then the other day I was like, you know what I mean? But someone said something different, and so I had to reverse the action. And so the actionable taken path was for coffee, but not for soda.
Aww.
I know, really sad. But, it's okay. Life goes on. Hello, yes. And, I was talking about that, but then the other day I was like, you know what I mean? But someone said something different, and so I had to reverse the action. And so the actionable taken path was for coffee, but not for soda.
Aww.
I know, really sad.
Rewind it back a little bit.
Yeah. Hello, yes. And, I was talking about that, but then the other day I was like, you know what I mean? But someone said something different, so I had to reverse the action. So the actionable taken path. I'm not on Wi-Fi. No. Should I turn on Wi-Fi?
Yeah, turn it on because
you're not.
Yeah, it's going to degrade. Yeah, turn it on because it's
Oh.
going to degrade your sound quality. Last time. We ran into that last time. Remember? We were trying to do it on your cell phone. Crappy quality. 2 hours diagnosed problem.
Let's see how it sounds when one of us talking to the other one says something like, yeah. Hello, yes. And, I was talking about that, but then the other day I was like, you know what I mean? But someone said something different, and so I had to reverse the action. And so the actionable taken path was for coffee, but not for soda.
Yeah, that's not one thing that I do think mine needs to be turned up slightly, which is odd because I've turned mine up so much.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened. My mic is suddenly acting like a normal mic instead of something that's so hypersensitive.
My gain is like.
It's because I plugged it into a different USB.
Oh.
Maybe it's like getting less power, and so it's like more to normal sensitivity.
Oh, yeah, that can make sense. Because. But never mind.
Because like yours probably is designed to handle USB 3. I think this version of Blue Yeti was designed back in the day when before actually USB 3 was a thing.
Oh, that makes sense.
It was more, at least before it was a kind of a normal thing, and so it was designed for USB 2 primarily.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, you were telling me about that. I think this one will be solid. So
What is going on? Okay, that's whatever we just did. Stop doing. You messed up. Did you mess with yours?
not really. I noticed that I looked at my gain and it was like all the way up, and so I turned it down a little bit.
Oh, really? Oh, turn it all as back down to 4 or whatever it was before.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Now it's back at 4. Okay, I'm gonna test that. So I turned it down a little bit. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Now it's back at 4. Okay, I'm gonna test that.
Let's test now.
All right.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Let's see if it's echoing because I was echoing before and you weren't echoing, which means that
now it's reversed.
Which means that was your mic that was picking up me.
Oh shoot! What does that mean? I guess just you talk.
Let's test now. Testing 1, 2, 3. Let's see if it's echoing because I was echoing before and you weren't echoing, which means that. Let's test now. Testing 1, 2, 3. Let's see if it's echoing because I was echoing before and you weren't echoing. Okay, let's turn me down.
Maybe do you have a second mic on it?
Let me try. Test. That's a good question. What mode are we using here?
Yeah. Do you have a second mic on it?
You're using the right one.
Maybe like the software. Because I know that kind of fixed it up for us.
Testing.
So that kind of fixed it up for us.
You do have your automatic off,
right? I make sure to turn auto gain controller on.
Let's try it.
That's
again.
All right, sweet.
Testing.
Auto gain controller on.
Turn your mic all the way down.
Right, yeah, all the way off.
Testing.
Test.
You don't happen to have two.
Testing. Oh wait.
Whoa.
Testing. Test. I just turned my auto gain all the way down, or my gain all the way down.
What?
I don't know. It's so weird.
Now it's like yours is like overly sensitive, and mine isn't. Mine is halfway up.
Yeah, yours sounds good now. I just turned my gain all the way down.
Over here.
Yeah. So mine is all the way down. Oh, my game.
Let me try turning my all the way down. See what
That's so
happens.
weird. Sounds like yours is like overly sensitive. Mine is halfway up.
Yeah, yours sounds good. Testing, 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 testing.
Testing, 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 testing. Okay, let's try this.
Like, mine is
Yeah, yours sounds good. Testing, 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 testing.
Testing, 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 testing.
Yeah, mine needs more data. I think.
Yeah, I think that should be fine.
Testing,
Testing. 1,
2, 3.
Testing.
Things at optimal level.
Hopefully, these are at optimal levels.
Get any echo.
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 Yeah, I think that should be fine.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Things at optimal level.
Hopefully, these are at optimal levels.
Echo. Echo.
That is so strange
What's going on?
because that doesn't even sound like an echo problem.
Weird, like.
Yeah. What could that be? Not getting.
Testing.
Testing.
Testing. Testing. Testing.
Testing,
Testing. Testing.
Testing.
Try to talk for like an
I'm
extended
going to
period
be
of time.
talking for an extended period of time, and we are going to see if we are getting any sort of artifacts in my audio and about see what's on. See if it's a consistent issue that can be pinned down to a specific point.
Testing. 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 Testing.
Try to talk for like an
I'm
extended
going to
period
be talking for an extended time.
You are so much louder.
and the timing's off. I think there's something wrong in Video Ninja. Like the it's not synchronized.
Test. Wait, hold, don't say anything.
Test.
See if your mic is picking up.
And
Testing.
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 Yeah, your mic.
Yeah, your mic.
Me more than my mic. Yeah, me.
yeah, that is so strange.
So that sounds like your automatic gain is actually on.
Before you do anything with it, let me double check how I go to Ninja.
Because
Don't change anything.
wait, what the hell? Wait, hold on, dude. This is trippy.
What?
Okay, I want you to look at this. This might be nothing.
Your auto gain control is on.
Yeah. Okay. Look. So it says disable automatic gain control here, right? And it has full access. But then when I press on it, it says enable automatic gain
It's
control.
not enabled right now. It doesn't matter if it has access. You have to.
Do I have to do
You have
this?
to enable. Make sure it's enabled.
Because it has access. It would stay on.
No. Literally the worst he has.
We can count on one thing to screw up our podcast.
Okay, now it just says. Oh. Because I reloaded it. Thank God. I pinned it, and then once I pinned it, how you do it? I guess let's test it out now. I probably turn my gain up a little bit now. That automatic gain control's off. Dude.
Okay, so mine, when I snap into my microphone, yours is activating now, which is good.
Thank God.
Just mine. So you talk, and now mine is active.
Okay, sweet. Hello. Welcome to ThetaWave Podcast. I'm your host, Jacob Holland. Bye, yada, yada, yada. Yada, yada, yada. Ha, 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 ha.
Yeah, mine's not active.
Sweet. Okay.
Now let's test our levels here and see.
Yeah, that's not catching anything. Yeah, that sounds. I guess we should do like an actual test. Okay, ready?
Testing. 1, 2, 5.
6, 4, -1, 2.
Think you did that wrong.
I don't know what I did. Perhaps. I think I just said random. I just said random letters of the alphabet. I think we got A, 1, 2, B, C, 6, 9, 4, 2, X, Y, Z. Mine's a little louder.
I can turn mine up, but I'm worried about it.
Yeah. Do you want me to just turn mine down? Because yours sounds really solid.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Turn yours down. Especially because I can still hear myself, but I'm not speaking directly at my microphone. Your mic.
Yeah. All right. Try it again.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Jacob. Why don't you count it?
All right. What should I count to?
3.7.
All right. 1, 2, 3.7.
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. You failed.
Dang it. Ugh.
You will not advance to the next stage.
What's the next stage?
$5 billion.
Dang it. So close. There's still a little bit. Okay. Let's do one more test.
I feel like the mine isn't picking up quite as much of the test.
Mm.
A little more high end. Testing, testing, testing.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Dos. 1, 2, 3, 4.
5. Oh, 5.
My my crossover settings are just a little bit
Um,
stronger. Actually, let's just taste. Wow. Let's test, not taste. Let's test the baseline levels.
baseline level.
So match my volume. Test.
Test.
From one more time because I missed mine. Test.
Test. Solid?
Pretty dang close.
Mm-hmm.
Also, remember to angle your mic in into your like towards the inside of the.
Yeah, it's like angled that way.
Okay, good. That's good. That's
Mhm.
how you want it to be.
Perfect.
Make sure that you kind of limit it.
Mm.
When you're a creature of the night. Okay. Now let's take a look here. That might be why. My threshold. Right? Raise our glass.
Raise a glass to freedom. I always love when we get a random like second viewer and they're just kind of just watching us do our mic setup.
Quite interesting. Very fast.
I mean, honestly, if somebody wants an accurate representation of all potential mic problems that could ever happen, our podcast would be a great place to watch that.
All right. Let's test now that I've adjusted our thresholds to be the same. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. This is how you debug. When you're a creature of the night.
This is how. That loud.
So when I
kinda
got
big
really
enough.
loud, we did have a little bit of feedback.
I think you could probably.
Test yours first.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see
Test mine
how
first.
we're sounding.
Okay. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah. But when it's like monotone, that solid level, there's nothing, which is good. That sounds great.
Yeah. So mine's fine.
Mhm.
You may
Probably lower it.
turn your volume down just a tad.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure.
Can you? Okay.
It's
How high is it right now?
that 2. Put it down to like the top of 1.
Okay.
Find that nice. Yeah, like a good sweet spot.
Because I'd like for us to just keep our settings the same here. That way it doesn't overcomplicate.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um,
So out of all the audio problems, this has been the fastest we've been able to fix it.
yeah.
So that's good. Gotten pretty efficient. That neuroplasticity.
Testing. 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 When you're a creature of the night.
Yeah, sick. It's gone.
Yeah. I mean, right off the bat, there was a little bit, but I think I got rid of it somehow.
Yeah. I think that was just a connection issue at that moment.
Try it
and
again.
fixed itself.
One more time. And let's do both of our mics too. So let me
Okay.
start off, then you go, and then we'll do a normal speaking volume together at the same time.
Perfect.
Testing. 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 We are starting our podcast pretty late.
It is pretty late, though definitely not the latest we've started one.
This is a very normal volume for a person to talk at.
Hey, you never know how heated this podcast might get.
It might get really
Yeah,
heated.
because we're usually at each other's throats.
Hot. Very hot.
Hey, I think it's cold. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Where's that coming from?
I think it's a problem with like the in Video Ninja where it's like the connections aren't synchronized, and so it has that initial like thing before it can stop it from because it still reaches it, but it's able to like fix it, but not quick enough because of the connection.
Okay, so I think it might actually have to do with this other setting in here. This kind of flip side to the threshold
Yeah.
that we were just adjusting. And because this one has different decay level, which would be why why once it gets past there, it like I think once it gets past there, it like will drop one of the microphones down for a certain period of time.
That makes sense.
Let me test. Yeah, because it's like pushing yours down.
That is interesting.
Test. Testing.
I should. Well, this will be your test. Interesting.
Let's see if what happens if I increase your range. Testing. When you're a creature of the night, you have this song stuck
In your head.
You're a big fat head.
Call me a fat head.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did call you. What you gonna do about it?
What you gonna do about it? Your heart is so small.
How dare you? Does that sound better to you?
I think so. It's like a tiny little bit every once in a while.
Okay, let me see what happens if I adjust this in the opposite direction. Just to see how that
Sweet.
affects. Testing. Your creature of the night. Is it you? Is it you? Creature of the night. That's worse.
Yeah.
That's definitely worse. Hearing more. So let me raise this up to.
Raise your ya.
I don't know what a ya is, but I don't
Raise
think I
your
know enough to raise it.
ya.
Increase yours too.
Put on the beat. Yeah. Put on that beat. You know she a twink. Hey. You know she a feel me as you know you got me in a beat.
Or we could just do the whole mumble rap.
Come in a vein. Hey. Come in a vein. Hey. Come in a vein. This is peak lyrical genius. I feel embarrassed that there's actually people watching me doing this. Okay, wait, hold on.
Okay, let's test this again, like actual official
Yeah.
test, not whatever this is.
You're a little bit off track here.
Okay. Valjean, at last we see each other plain. Monsieur le Maire, you wear a different chain.
I don't know the rest of that, but I do know. I know she'll wait. I know that she'll be true.
That's from Look Down.
I know. Toss your multitudes.
It's the line is
At least it sounds really good when we're just normally talking.
It does,
Mhm.
yeah. I mean, okay, so let's rather than singing now, let's just do some normal dialogue tests. I think today we are planning for anybody that happens to be watching this audio test. You get a sneak little preview here. One of the things we're going to be talking about today, I believe, is Dihexa as our nootropic topic.
And what are you talking about? So I can put it in the title.
And then I think I might be talking about LSTM cells. If not this time, we'll talk about it next time. We might not get around to it this time, especially if we want to have a free flow section. So it might be better just to do it next time, but we'll see.
Then what if we just did Dihexa in the free flow?
Okay, and we can just save our topics for next time. Yeah, I like that idea.
Probably better. Yeah. Oh, do it well. What's a significant component of Dihexa that I could kind of the title?
Well, it's technically classified as an antidepressant, but it's got a significant effect on memory and the hippocampus. That's kind of the method by which it treats depression. I'm going to let's try lowering our threshold. What?
Oh, nothing. I just accidentally clicked out of it.
Okay, lower both our thresholds just by 1 point. So we shall see
1 point.
if that is more or less optimal for picking up some of the more soft and intimate syllables.
Yes, because we get loud, but we also get intimate here. Very much so.
Like an erotic rope course here.
Honestly, I'm liking it.
Doesn't sound what's that? There's like something in there.
Yeah,
It's like almost like if there's something that's doing like too much processing on like
Yeah.
that part
I
right
hear
there,
it
the
too.
test sound. Testing. Let me try. Okay, so I put mine on medium because they were different. As one was medium, one was on fast. Let's try this. Testing. Saying some sexy sounds. Shuckling
sexy.
shuckatash.
Shucketeer.
Yeah, that sounds good. Let's try both talking again.
Yeah, because
So
I kind of hear it when we're kind of both talking.
when we're both,
Mhm.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it's really only when we're loud, though, I think.
Mm.
But if we're here, I mean,
So if I go while you
I'm like,
say I just made some cinnamon rolls, and I'm like
yes. Have you tried the cinnamon rolls at the farmer's market?
Mm.
Oh, dude, it's so good.
That actually sounds really good.
Yes,
As long as we
dude.
talk like, okay. So
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you, because your voice resonates at a specific frequency
Mhm.
that is more susceptible to bouncing off these walls, um, you need to be especially aware of the volume of
The
which you're talking,
volume.
just to
Okay.
make sure it doesn't get to a point
Yeah.
where it starts
Oh,
bouncing
I just
around.
have to talk like this and then like this all over the place.
Maybe if you hear me say in the podcast, if you hear me go, you hear me go, that's your cue to like
I'll be
bring it
like,
down.
okay. Do that. Good. Safe word is I think it would be fun. I mean, this isn't obviously a problem, but like I know when we both laugh, it's very much like a kind of sound, which is really annoying. But because like I really like the moments when we like say funny things and like we both laugh at it and like kind of go off each other, but then it kind of gets distorted.
Limiter on.
Well,
That
there.
might be what's doing it.
Oh,
It's
really?
because it's limiting the volume.
Oh,
Let's try turning that
that's funny
off.
turning off the.
Ha 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 ha.
Okay, okay. There we go. The
Yeah,
laughs
they
sound
do.
better, a lot better actually, because it sounded really robotic, but now it just sounds natural. Hold on, let's without the limiter, let's just try normally talking, I guess.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Testing.
Testing. So I'm saying something that's serious and
Mhm.
not funny at all.
No, yes.
No reason to laugh.
Dude,
Please don't laugh.
that seriousness in your voice was something that really inspired me, I think. I think I'm ready to do great
Seriously?
things in life. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, you are a serious person full of serious things. Yeah, that sounds good.
Hold on, wait.
That was really good.
That was great.
Now let's. Oh, I was going to say we could test out the laughing section again and try to smooth that out, but we could also just let it run and see if we hear any issues pop up upon review
Mhm.
with the laughing. And
Yeah.
if so, we could look at adjusting
some other stuff.
some other
But
parameters.
this is fine for now. It doesn't sound robotic anymore, which is kind of really optimal.
Yeah. I think if it had to do with anything, it's probably somewhere in um, the master plugins that we're applying, so we could
Mm.
always test it out some other
Yeah.
time.
That's cool. Is the Dihexa on Discord? Outline.
Yes, I believe that is where I put it. I think the link to the document.
Oh, that's right.
Alrighty, guys. Well, thank you for your patience. For the one person that was watching us debug our
We
audios,
appreciate
it
it.
is much appreciated. You are the star of this show, and we will we'll come back soon. Get going. We're just gonna run over a few formatting and outline things, and then get kicked off. So.
Sweet.
All right. Hey, everybody. We are back. Sorry for the little bit of a wait there.
Tiny bit.
We are going to dive right in here today. We're talking about specifically going to start off talking about Dihexa. We were supposed to go over last time, but we didn't end up getting around to it. So we're going to go over it this time. And Jacob, why don't you hit us off there?
Yeah. All right. So today we're diving into the fascinating and maybe even a little bit controversial, though we'll probably talk about that a little bit at the end, compound, which is called dihexa. And so I know you've heard much about it because you're the one who showed this to me. And it's a fascinating compound. It's a synthetic peptide derived from something our bodies naturally produce, which is angiotensin 4. And angiotensin 4 is involved a lot in boosting brain function and protecting new neurons. So yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen a little bit more buzz generated around it more recently in
Ideas
academic
around it.
circles.
Mhm.
And people, usually have pretty, that have heard about it, usually have pretty definitive opinions one
Yeah.
way or the other, like either it's really good or
Mhm.
it's really, scary. Um, and that's one of the difficulties of dealing with a compound that has so little, is still kind of in that research
Yeah.
phase and has so little long
Mhm.
term data.
I mean, there's only
But we'll hit on that
very quick.
kind of later
Mhm.
on. But as I understand it, this actually, its mechanism here is not that it activates any specific receptor on its own. Like it doesn't have a specific receptor that it binds to here. It actually boosts like overall levels um, of the HGF and CMET in your brain,
Mm.
and thus kind of encourages cell and neuron growth, right?
Yeah. So the paper looking at kind of states that dihexa binds really strongly to HGF. And so like picomolar affinity, right? There's a very strong interaction between these two biomolecules. And so it increases that sensitivity, amplifying it, and it basically helps HGF activate its receptor. And the receptor is called CMET, like you mentioned. And why that matters is for our listeners is that HGF CMET pathways are it is deeply involved in keeping neurons alive and helping them grow and crucially forming new connections and synapses in the brain. And so you definitely want firing on all cylinders for good cognition. It's a way to
Sure.
do that.
And for those that don't know, when we reference the paper here, we're
Mhm.
referencing a paper that we put together that kind of compiles and summarizes all the research that's been done
Yeah.
on this particular compound and some of the mechanisms and potential safety concerns and other stuff.
Mhm.
So when we're referencing that when we say the paper, so you know, importantly for any nootropic or brain focused drug, the preclinical studies mentioned in the paper, like McCoy in 2013, showed that it can cross the blood brain barrier and
Mm.
even works when taken orally in animal models, which is significant and is kind of a big hurdle crossed because a lot of drugs and potential new compounds get stopped in that phase and they kind of transition from the cell culture to the animal models,
Mhm.
um, and just because of the results of bioavailability
Yeah.
problems.
Mhm.
Um, but interestingly, it also has a surprisingly long half life as well, which means that it sticks around for a while,
Mm.
which
I
could
see.
have some good elements as far as like it being um, more requiring less maintenance,
Yeah,
as a
less
drug, it
maintenance.
being kind of sticking around longer, but also raises questions about potential long-term buildup.
Yeah. That's actually makes me think of some epigenetic influences that it could have as
Mm,
well. But
mhm,
since you made all those points, those actually correlate a lot with the history behind this drug.
mm,
So, obviously this drug didn't just appear out of nowhere. It was developed by Dr. Joseph Harding's lab at Washington State University. And they were essentially trying to create a souped up version of angiotensin 4, which has shown lots of cognitive promise, but it wasn't very drug like. It breaks down fast and it doesn't cross the blood brain barrier, like you mentioned. so Dihexa was kind of the
So
result.
angiotensin
Yeah,
doesn't.
angiotensin really doesn't. But so Dihexa was kind of the result of trying to fix those problems fundamentally.
Mm.
Yeah. Mhm. Oh, cool.
That makes sense. Optimizing kind of a known biological molecule and um, trying to find a way to influence that
Yeah.
process. Um, and that actually led to a spin-off company, which was initially called M3 Biotech.
Yeah. Remember
Um,
those guys? Rip.
and now they're known as Athera Pharma, which
Hmm.
to me is boring.
Yeah, kind of a boring name.
Um,
People like boring, I guess.
but basically, they decided to take this and try and develop it commercially. They didn't
Right,
take
yeah.
Dihexa itself into human trials. They
Yeah.
did actually take the prodrug
Mm,
for
that's
it,
right.
which was fosgonimeton. I think I'm saying that right. I'm not sure, 100% sure, but fosgonimeton is what I'm going to be.
Same.
And it's the prodrug form of Dihexa. So basically, prodrug just means that it's once it's metabolized in your body, it converts into the drug form.
Yes.
So a prodrug for Dihexa would mean that once it was metabolized by your body, it would convert into Dihexa.
Right. So that's what fosgonimeton does. And fosgonimeton is also known as ATH 1017. And so if that name is a little bit more familiar to you, you're like, oh, put the two together, then that's wonderful.
I
You're like,
remember
oh,
that
yes,
one.
yes, I did that a while ago in my preschool research. But, before we get into the human trials of the prodrug, we should talk about some of the preclinical work on Dihexa itself, because that's kind of where that initial buzz and excitement kind of came from. So in the vitro study by Benoist in 2014, kind of showed that Dihexa dramatically increased the formation of dendritic spines and synapses in cultured rat brain cells. And so it actually helped with the formation of those new neurons, which is really cool.
So it had essentially it had um, a lot of generative
Yes.
effects for
Mhm.
the brain. So that's the study often cited for the brain that claims Dihexa is 7 orders of magnitude more potent
Oh,
than
wow.
brain-derived neurotrophic factor.
Ooh.
So BDNF, that's when the study he's talking about is that one where that kind of 7 times factor was
Yeah,
picked
that
from.
blew my
Um,
mind.
It's a headline-grabbing figure for sure. And there's some critical context though there that needs to be understood for our listeners and anybody who's not familiar. That specifically in that particular in vitro essay measuring synapse formation. It doesn't necessarily mean it's universally thousands of times stronger than BDNF
Yeah.
in a living brain across all functions and all brain regions. Still, I mean, it's likely that it's going to be a very potent synapse forming and promoting drug. The cell culture certainly kind of would support that
Yeah.
that hypothesis, and so its actual kind of effect in with when translated into animal
Mhm.
and especially human models right now is unknown. We can't just say that it's going to promote
Mhm.
brain growth 7 orders of magnitude.
I mean, from kind of like a first person perspective, I would like to have like kind of this placebo effect put on me. It's like, yeah, when I take this, I'll becomes 1,000 times smarter.
That'd
And
be
I
motivating
really
for
believe
sure.
that. If there actually is some sort of benefits. Kind
And
of cool.
there's uh there's some anecdotal
Yeah.
reports from people that have claimed to have taken Dihexa that have said that it is pretty strong as far as its ability to change your brain chemistry
Yeah.
goes. Like they said, you have to be careful about personality
Mm.
changes sometimes
Oh, that's very
Dihexa
interesting. What was
because
the other drug we
it
talked
allows
about?
for that much more like
Yeah.
brain development going on.
Remember the last drug we talked about that kind of had those personality altering
Mhm.
aspects?
I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was 5-MeBC.
I'm pretty sure it was that one.
Yeah, that's the one that affects the dopamine receptors, I think.
Mhm.
Or I mean, I know that. That's the one that we were talking about.
Mhm.
Um, Not 100% sure on that, but I think that one was the
Yeah.
one, and it was that's one that, I actually have, experience with. Not really
Yeah.
experienced any sort of personality change level changes, mainly because I was using it for a short-term kind of
Yeah.
purposeful approach, not really as a long-term.
And, I almost think that personality change is almost the wrong word because it's or the wrong phrase because what it's fundamentally doing is kind of solidifying the context of these neural mechanisms to work. And so instead of having more sporadic behavior, it's more fine-tuned to better fit the environment, which I think is something that we should all do. So it's like, "Oh, you changed." It's like, "No, I solidified into a functional human being."
I
But
re I
yeah,
reevaluated, adjusted my value system.
exactly.
Yeah.
That is
Agree.
interesting. I remember when I first started taking, like, actual nootropics, that feeling of, like, my brain bubbling, you know,
Mm.
and just, like, literally feeling the conscious
The
feeling of
tingle, the
all those
tingle.
tingles, all those new connections forming, it's literally better than any drug
Mhm.
because your body already produces
And
it.
it's
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 better.
interesting too, kind of we're diverging from the paper here,
We'll
but
get back to it in a second.
it's interesting because a lot of people are so willing to dismiss a nootropic compound, saying it doesn't work, yada yada yada. Um,
Oh, yeah.
but they have not considered the fact that without the need for change, it doesn't matter if your brain is in the optimal state or not. You're not going to change
Mhm.
because there's no new information or any reason to build new neurons, no information to readjust values if you're not taking in anything new. And
Yeah.
so, um, the best advice I could give for anybody trying a nootropic, always be purposeful about your approach to it and
Mhm.
do it methodically, and also make sure that you're tackling enough hard problems in life in some form or
Yeah.
another for that to actually be useful to you,
Mhm.
because you're just sitting around doing the same thing day in and day out, like, there's very little that your brain can do with that, you
Yeah,
know?
it's like pressure without nootropics creates diamonds, but pressure with nootropics creates vibranium. What I'm thinking, you know?
Liquid gold.
Yes, exactly. Creates Bitcoin.
Mm.
That's right. But yeah, so the stronger than BDNF, but really only specific to the HGF CMET boosting ability, right? So that's pretty crucial context. So after kind of that, they moved into animals. And the McCoy study in 2013, we mentioned earlier, showed Dihexa actually improved learning and memory in rats whose cognition was impaired, either chemically using scopolamine or by old age. And interestingly, though, it didn't seem to boost the performance in healthy, unimpaired rats. And so this kind of suggests that it might be more about restoring function than kind of supercharging a normal brain, which
Mm.
is interesting. Yeah.
And, a follow-up study done, by Benoist in 2014
Mhm.
confirmed in vivo, in living animals, that the cognitive improvements really did depend on that HGF CMET pathway. If um, if they blocked that pathway, the benefits of Dihexa disappeared.
Yeah.
They also showed that it boosted synapse formation in the hippocampus
Mm.
specifically, which is the brain's
Yeah.
memory region, and uh, in these animals, specifically, which suggests that
Yeah.
would probably translate into
Mhm.
humans.
Yeah, and I know that the potential didn't just stop at memory models. Like in other animal studies, it kind of showed some promise where one study found like high doses improved actually motor functions in rats with Parkinson's disease. And like another significant one used a mouse model for Alzheimer's and oral dihexa over 3 months actually rescued their spatial memory problems. And so they were able to understand that more and consolidate their spatial understanding about their environment and learning about it. And so, like, it increased, like, markers of, like, kind of the synapses, reduced brain inflammation,
Ooh,
which is huge,
yeah.
and seemed to activate, a pretty important pathway called the the PI3KAKT pathway, which is involved in cell survival, which is huge.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's
That particular finding is interesting. That suggests that the mechanism might be more complex than just the CMET HGF pathways.
yeah.
There were even studies showing neuroprotective effects against drug-induced hearing loss,
Ooh. Oh, that's
toxicity
yeah.
in zebrafish specifically, and it improved recovery after nerve damage in rats.
Mm.
Again, pointing towards that HGF pathway being involved. So, really broad range of positive effects in preclinical models. Now,
Yeah.
one of the things that I personally find about this part of it really interesting is that it does show that it seems to be when there are deficits in the brain that it really shines. Um, and the maybe the um, potential benefits might not quite be as pronounced for people that aren't suffering from a deficit. But what would be interesting to study is see if it can help with traumatic brain injury,
Yeah. Ooh.
specifically people that have lost vision or hearing. Because of that CMET pathway is so important for that, and can
Mhm.
either cause um, or resolve hearing loss.
Yeah.
That begs the question: could it then be beneficial for recovering from deficits such as traumatic brain injury?
I mean, when it comes to vision, I know there's some very interesting research coming out about the neuroplasticity of our visual system. And so I think combined with some of this knowledge actually might give some pretty interesting results. That's for sure.
We should do that
And
at some point.
also, what's very interesting is what do we define as a cognitive deficit? I feel like a
It's
lot of us,
below norm.
yeah, I feel like a lot of us have varying levels of sometimes reaching below norms.
Sure, but those
And
effects like are various prone are ver- kind of have various levels of pronunciation based off of both
yeah.
their level of being below the norm and kind of the area that they were talking
Mhm.
about specifically. 'Cause
Yeah.
sometimes, for instance, like below the norm in social behaviors could have
Yeah.
a little bit more pronounced effect
Mhm.
than maybe below the norm in math or
Yeah. Mhm.
logical
Or
processing.
maybe specific, like, responses in the brain. So, uh, below average or below normal responses for, like, stress responses, and as well as being able to get into an optimal state of
Below
flow.
normal emotional
Mhm.
control,
Yeah,
like
exactly, things
yeah.
like that, that have specific mechanisms can that we can actually focus and fine tune for. And like you said, that'll never happen, even if this is something that is boosting the ability to consolidate those types of networks. If we're not putting ourselves in those environments during that, then that'll never happen, you
True.
know? So, okay, the big question, right? Translating from the animal models to the human models. And as you said, Ryan, that Dihexa itself hasn't been published in human trials, and like all the clinical data kind of comes from its prodrug, fosgonimeton, right? And the results have kind of been mixed a little bit, you know.
Yeah,
So
the phase 2 and 3 trials for Alzheimer's, um, didn't really meet its
mm,
goals for improving overall cognition and function. There were some hints of benefit in certain subgroups, like those with a more advanced disease, or the uh, APOE4 gene variant, and did
mm,
reduce levels of tau protein in the blood, which is relevant to Alzheimer's
yeah,
pathology, specifically an indicator oftentimes um, of potential Alzheimer's. Um, and but statistically, it wasn't a clear win
mhm,
on the primary outcomes.
yeah,
So it looks kind of promising, but as far as like its ability to help, but didn't really meet their goals.
yeah. I know there was kind of a similar story for another Alzheimer's trial, right? And a phase 2 trial for Parkinson's disease dementia and dementia with Lewy bodies. So they didn't meet their primary endpoints either. Although again, there are some post hoc analyses or individual patients that responded and suggested that the potential benefits might be there under specific circumstances in certain
Mm,
environments and measurements. So it's not a clear home run, but that's suggested by the animal models, but like kind of like we're talking about, there are certain optimal environments that you can put yourself in for the best use of this drug and what it activates.
Right.
Mhm.
So wrapping up the mechanisms, the primary theory is that Dihexa potentiates HGF signaling and via the CMET
Mhm.
receptors and pathways, leading to increased synapse formation and neuroprotection.
Yeah.
But the Alzheimer's mouse study also implicated the P13K,
Mhm.
AKT
And I want
pathway, and which is linked to cell
Yeah.
survival and as well as
And I
inflammation.
wonder if that's also another, like, amplifying effect as well, you know?
Potentially, yeah.
Mhm.
And that suggests that Dihexa may even increase levels of its parent compound, uh,
Ang
angiotensin,
Yeah.
tensin,
Mhm.
in the brain, and it could be a more prolonged,
Yeah.
kind of effect.
Which kind of brings us to the bottom line for our audience, and which is Dihexa kind of shows genuinely impressive results in these cell cultures and these animal models on cognitive impairment and neurodegeneration and also nerve damage. And it seems to work primarily by enhancing like the HGF-c-MET pathway and promoting neuronal connections and survival.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah. However, there is a huge caveat, and that is the lack of direct human data for Dihexa itself and long-term data specifically.
mhm,
And the clinical trials for its prodrug, fosgonimeton, um, while showing some potentially interesting signals in specific groups on certain biomarkers,
yeah,
haven't yet demonstrated clear statistically significant clinical benefits
mhm,
in Alzheimer's or Parkinson's dementia populations on their main kind of cognitive and
yeah,
functional goals. That doesn't mean it's not beneficial; it just means it didn't quite meet
mhm,
their expectations. So there's still a gap between preclinical promise and proven human efficacy
yeah.
there.
It's really highlights the challenge of translating therapies from animals to humans. You know, it's a compound with fascinating mechanisms and a strong preclinical backing, but it's very much undecided whether it or its prodrug will ultimately prove safe and effective for treating human neurological conditions. It seems like there's some anecdotal reports that are positive, some somewhat negative, but definitely needs a lot more research, especially on the long-term safety for
Yeah,
humans.
and there's a lot of specifically on that note, there's a lot of kind of controversy around potential long-term safety of Dihexa that I
Mhm.
did want to hit on because there's a specific rumor that goes around about it causing um, uh, cancer growth
Yeah.
as a result of interaction with the CMET pathways
Mhm.
um, and their kind of role in cell
Yeah.
growth and survival and whatnot.
Mhm.
And so the specific theory, is basically that it could potentially cause cancer
Yeah.
growth and and increased cell growth in
Mhm.
undesirable areas. And so we decided to delve into that to see if there
Yeah,
was
a
any
little bit.
grounding there and any
Mhm.
reason for any, I guess, verifiable reason for that theory and how kind of likely that was to be the case.
Mhm.
And ultimately, what we found was that the for short-term use, that doesn't look to be
Problem. Yeah.
any sort of concern at all. It's seems to be pretty safe, like in short-term use. The
Mhm.
long-term use and as far as buildup goes and whatnot, there's not a whole lot of data yet to pull
Yeah.
from, but the theory itself would seem to be more relevant in situations where somebody already has
Mhm.
cancerous cells, and in that
Yeah.
case, it might speed up that process, um, as a result of its ability to speed up cell growth.
So if you have cancer and you're looking for a new fun drug to take,
Maybe not
this one
don't do
might
Dihexa.
don't do Dihexa or fosgonimeton. Either one is probably
Right.
not the best for you. But it seems like there is a lot of evidence to believe that it can be wonderful for short periods and periodic maybe kind of scales of, time where you can have it for like maybe a week or two.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait a month, a week or two,
my recommendation
types of
there
things.
would be like if
Mhm.
I were personally considering it for myself, would be a it would likely be in a healthy individual, it'd likely be okay like long term, but you really
Mhm.
don't want to. It's not. It's just best to avoid screwing up that system, that
Yeah.
CMET system over a long term period of time and kind of
Yeah.
resulting in a skew because it's
Mhm.
very important to a lot of cognitive
Yeah.
functions. And so, um, maybe just don't take it long term. Don't
Yeah.
take it if you have like, any sort of possibility of cancer. Um, and I would probably
Mhm.
look at more short
Yeah.
term
I mean, there needs to be
purpose based thing,
yeah. I mean, there needs to obviously be a lot more data because there's just so much we don't know.
Don't use it as a daily thing. Yeah.
No, but I mean, a lot of that has to do, right, with that buildup, because it sticks around for so long. If too much sticks around, it can really mess up that pathway and its normal functionality.
Could
But
potentially mess up that pathway. Yeah.
having it periodically could actually have a lot better benefit because it enhances the sensitivity and action of that pathway without that buildup. And so you have that ability for it
Right.
to kind of
Yes.
have a full cycle.
You still allow
Mhm.
that kind of wave state
And
there going
knowing
up and down. Yeah.
when you have very intense projects, things you have to learn, a test, different things that are really complicated they have to study for, maybe kind of like optimizing it by finding a nice schedule, understanding what are the most optimal times to take it for your benefit when you're actually needing to make new connections, not when you're kind of sitting on your bed eating chips, watching TV.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Purpose based.
purpose-based, that's for sure.
So what same recommendation I would give for any nootropic too.
Mhm.
There's not really nothing different. Like there's a certain gradient of safety, like where there are some things that I just feel comfortable enough with that I'm okay with taking every single
Yeah.
day. Um, and feel comfortable it's not going to create any sort of long-term effect. There are other things though that like are less, I'd feel less comfortable with doing that. But no matter what you do it with purpose. And that
Yeah.
really should
Mhm.
apply to life in general. But
Yeah, you should do life purposely. I mean, that will be a better drug for you than anything that could be prescribed or you could get from a nootropic,
Mm,
marketplace. The there are all of these things that are stimulated by all of these wonderful nootropics that we talk about already have a place in the brain that they're stimulating. And if we can put ourselves in the optimal environments and find the ones that are curated for our development, then that process will naturally happen. And this is
mhm.
just a nice little, side thing that'll help you kind of boost your ability to even go further and quicker and faster, which is really what you want
Yeah.
if you're trying to like learn a lot, and really because I mean, what's interesting, I mean, we're reaching kind of the starting point of the true information age, right?
Mm,
And now more than ever, we really need to optimize our way of gathering knowledge and being able to implement it in our lives because otherwise we'll fall behind,
yeah.
you know? So,
Yes.
pretty difficult.
Um, all right. Well, that wraps up the Dihexa section. So I think we're going to go to a break, go
Yep.
fast. Then we'll be back. We'll have a little bit of a free flow section, just a fun
Mhm.
time. Got a couple fun things planned.
Yes. Interesting topics.
Yeah,
Be
it's gonna be pretty fun. I think we'll enjoy it.
Yep, stick around.
This specific? No, I'm not gonna get specific with you.
Okay.
You'll just have to wait and
You have to wait.
see. All right. So we'll see you guys in about
Mm,
5-10 minutes or so.
perfect.
Okay, guys. We
Hello,
are
hello.
back.
We are back.
We have got something kind of fun planned today because it's
Mhm.
actually Jacob's birthday.
Yes. It's my
Turned
birthday.
20. So we are going to celebrate by actually seeing kind of where he's at personality-wise
Yes.
in his development. So we're
Mhm.
going to have him take the Enneagram test here.
Oh,
I'm going to ask him the questions. He's going to answer.
I'm pretty excited. It's gonna be
So,
fun.
moment of truth. And here's why this is particularly interesting for me, because I've noticed certain like elements of certain personalities that are kind of like war with each other, like a little bit for him.
Yeah.
And I feel like he could land on either side of things.
It's totally possible.
And so it'll be interesting to see actually which one he
Mhm.
lands
I
on.
mean, I'm gonna answer as truthfully as I can. You know,
You promise to swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth,
and
so help you God.
hand on the Bible, or
Okay.
right hand on the Bible, not left hand. There we go. Let's do it.
So, in the following questions, you are going to be rating your agreement with
Okay.
the statement on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being strongly accurate or strongly agree,
Okay.
and then 1 being strongly disagree or strongly inaccurate.
Okay.
And then with the middle 3 being neutral, kind of ambivalent.
Mm, okay.
You know, like I could go either way.
Yeah.
Or it depends. Those
Mhm.
kinds of statements.
Yeah.
All right, you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay, let me adjust my mic a little bit here so that I can actually see my computer
Ooh,
while I'm talking
hoo.
at the same time.
It's gonna be great.
All right. Question 1. I strive for perfection. 5. I work hard to be helpful to others.
3.
It is important to me that other people like me.
2.
It is important to me to achieve great things.
5.
I make more significant contributions than the average person.
3. Not there yet.
See, my answer for you there would have been different than
Mm.
probably your answer, but I feel my emotions very deeply.
2.
I have a sense that other people will never truly understand me.
1.
I think deeply about
5.
things.
Get myself in trouble for that.
I am prepared for any disaster.
4.
Really?
Yeah. I've actually.
That one I wouldn't know.
Mhm.
It is important to me to avoid pain and suffering at all times.
1. Greatest life you could live has the most suffering in it.
That's a quote that doesn't make it true.
It's a good quote that I live by.
I seek out experiences that I know will make me feel happy or excited.
4.
I see the positive in every situation.
5.
I am not afraid to tell someone when I think they are wrong.
2.
Hard to see what the outcome is going to be. I let other people make the decisions.
2.
it depends on how pushy the person is. I see multiple pushy people, myself included,
Mm.
making. I mean, these are your answers.
Well,
So don't let me influence them.
I guess it depends on the context because if it's like an external environment, then I don't really care about it. But if it's my own internal state that they violate, then I will really care about it.
Mm. We'll
So,
keep it, but generally it's
keep
better
it.
to go with your gut feeling.
Okay.
I mean, I appreciate having rules that people are expected to follow.
4. 3. 3, actually. Yeah. I'm pretty either way on that.
I'm concerned about security more than anything else.
2. Like the thrill of potentiality.
I think a lot about what will happen in the future.
5.
I don't fit in with ordinary people.
2.
One of the differences
Yeah.
between us. I think my answer to that was probably 5.
Mm.
There's rarely a good reason for changing how things are done.
1. There's always a reason to change something. Just, yeah. One of my core principles is to change.
I always finish my chores.
3. 3. I actually can go either way on that
For
one.
those that don't know, that converts to the statement, I sometimes, maybe, occasionally finish my chores.
If it was laundry, it'd be a 1. But
I am always
5.
trying to be a better person. Check carefully for mistakes and errors.
I'm trying to get better at it. I'm not the best at it. I think a 3. Probably. Getting up there eventually. It'll change.
I like to be around people who I can help.
4.
I like to feel that I am an important person in my social group.
1.
It is important to me to be successful.
5.
The organizations I belong to would not function well without me.
3. 3 on that.
I often feel overtaken by my emotions.
1.
I have always felt different from other people.
Not always. I guess a 2.
I like to analyze if I don't have, by the way, if I sometimes feel a certain ways and sometimes
Mhm.
don't, like, I'm just like, well, maybe sometimes I felt different from other people.
Yeah.
That's a 3 for me. Like, that
Okay.
means I'm
Then,
ambivalent.
well, it's hard to say because if I were to say, do you feel any different to people right now? I would say 4,
Right.
but not always. It's a very recent development.
Right. That's the question, though, is I have always felt different from other
Yeah.
people.
And for that, I would say for the majority of my life, I felt the same as everybody else.
Okay. I like to analyze things from every angle.
Yes. 5.
I would always have a plan for what I would do if things go wrong.
4. Usually have a backup plan. Cooking up A, B, C, D all the way up to Z.
I avoid situations that bring up negative feelings.
Hmm. Honestly, 5.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
hmm I
That's,
really try to avoid negative situations, like a lot. Yes.
Really? See, that's interesting to me because uh with your talk of like emotion or like enjoying like certain intense emotion,
hmm
like to me, likelihood of intense positive emotion and intense negative emotion kind of go hand in
Yeah.
hand. And so for me, I avoid like intense emotions, period, or rather uncontrolled emotions,
Yeah.
period, because there's no way of knowing what those are going to be.
Yeah.
And so but I do tend to avoid at all costs
Mhm.
like negative
Mhm.
uncontrolled negative emotions. I love the positive ones, but sometimes my emotional controls end up dulling
Mhm.
positive ones, but uh, uh, but definitely for
Yes.
sure the negative ones. That's what I
Mhm.
would agree with.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, for me, it just depends on what you mean by negative emotion, right? And if I have somewhat, if I have a path forward, and if it's like a pressurized environment for that I can create good things out of, then that is something that I'm fine with. I'm fine with those negative emotions. It's the one where you kind of are defeated completely, where there's kind of no path forward except acceptance and then continuing on with life. Like those, I really like to like shy away from, you know?
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. It's the emotions that inhibit
Mhm.
your ability to
Yeah.
perform
Yeah.
normally.
It's like how the brain is trying to minimize entropy. Those, I feel like I'm in a high entropy state where everything is a variational and there's no predictability at all. Like I just feel completely
Mhm.
helpless. Like those types of negative situations are the intensity that I really hate the most.
Yeah.
Even if they're somewhat beneficial for me later in life, still not fun.
So I seek excitement.
Mhm. I seek excitement. Mm, 3. I'm pretty happy with the mundane things in life as well.
Really depends on what you define as excitement.
Exactly.
I get excited about research.
Yeah, most people would be like, "Ew, it's boring." It's like, "No, it's not."
I'm good at seeing the bright side of things.
5.
And I can verify that fact. I often complain, and he brings up the bright side.
Yes. I'm always
Well, I
trying
don't
to.
complain. I often point out the negative,
Mm,
which he then, gracefully balances out with his positive point of view.
trying to hit all the edges. You already hit all the other ones. I'm trying to get the other side of the spectrum. We usually come to a nice medium agreement, which I think is nice
Yeah. I do not
sometimes.
hesitate to call people out when they are behaving badly. Generally a 5 or 4 for me. Probably shouldn't have said that before you said yours, but
If they're okay, hold on. I'm gonna think this out because this is actually something that I really have to think about. If they are acting badly towards other people that I know are not going to retaliate, I will retaliate against them. But if they are acting badly and I know that there are people who can handle the situation, I'll let them handle it. If they're
Mhm.
violating me, then I will probably say, "You're wrong,"
Mm.
but I wouldn't have any resentment
Can you
towards
think of
them.
an instance where you have actually called somebody out?
Mhm. Yeah, I'm, let's see. I remember I went to this Young Living convention. This was probably one of the biggest moments that I had where actually, no, first kind of the first one that I remember from my childhood was when I was at Cece's Pizza with my taekwondo team, and one of the opposing teams was there and was, like, talking trash and, like, beating up one of the younger kids in my not, like, beating up, but, like, just being mean. I literally being like, "Stop, you suck." I don't exactly remember what I said, but it was just I was really angry, and I was like, "This isn't how you should supposed to be acting." And he was like, "Shut up," and I punched him in the face. That was probably one of the highlights of my moments. And then when it comes to calling people out, let's see. I call it my friend Caleb a lot. I do, just because.
Caleb, if you're listening,
Yes.
you've now been exposed.
Mhm. And it's just because he does a lot of things, and he does them all really well. Like, he's a super smart guy, but sometimes he goes really fast, and so I have to kind of pull him in and kinda give him some critical
Mm.
thinking on kinda like the slower end. And let's see, some other, but that's different. Calling out, I'm gonna give it a 3. And leave it at that.
Okay.
Because I do call people out when it's necessary, but I also
Particularly one way or
but
the
I
other.
also avoid those types of negative situations in the first place.
Okay. I think that's probably wise. I go along with what other people want.
I haven't had too much pressure on me as to other people deciding for me what I should do in life.
Mom, I don't want to do the fiddler on the roof play. I'm not interested in that. But Jacob, come do it with me.
Okay.
Jacob, come do it with me. Fine, Mom.
I love my mom. I want to do the show with her. Well, if she wasn't doing it, would I do it? No. Am I excited for the show? Kind of. Am I excited to do it with my mom? Absolutely. Like if I really didn't want to do it like that badly, I would have been like my dad, who is such a people pleaser, but he was even like, heck no, I'm never doing another NYT show again. So yeah, I was like, that's fair. I thought I wasn't going to
that
either.
bad of a time?
He, to put it mildly, he really didn't like not West Side, sorry, Guys and Dolls. Yeah.
Why?
He was a really busy time in his life. He only felt stressed. He didn't felt like the directors liked him at all. Like
I didn't feel like the directors liked anybody.
Yeah, they didn't. I mean, they loved all of us, and they were trying their best to show that. But it was just they were all
their job is to manage a chaotic performance.
yeah,
So
with many people who've never done a show before.
A lot of people that haven't done a show before, like that starts to piss you off after a while. You know,
I don't know, sunshine and rainbows in the theater industry. That's for sure. So do I let people guide my decisions? I'm curious as to the direction that people take me. And so I'm usually willing to go to a certain extent to follow what other people do. But in the end, I will make my own decisions. So I would honestly give that another 3. Like I really do go both ways. It's like something that I don't know what's going to happen. I'll usually like to just follow through because kind of like I'm curious. It drives my curiosity a lot to see what other people are thinking because I'm curious about that.
Based on what I've observed, people can easily bully you into doing things you don't want to do, myself included. And so,
but what if I want to do everything? I'm pretty open to experience.
I know times that you've not wanted to do something in your base state, and then you let somebody like talk you into it.
That's true.
So,
that does happen.
I don't know. Like it's go with what you want to put. Like, but that's just my perspective from an outside.
My gut is saying 4.
Okay.
Majority of the time,
and that could be something that develops over time. Like it could be something that you like realize the stuff more of what the stuff you like doing and the stuff you don't like doing.
Like if I'm defined by my past experiences, the times where that has happened, I do usually allow people to create a path.
Also, FYI, guys, I just bullied him into choosing the answer I wanted him to.
Well, you made me realize that this is kind of true. So
people should follow the rules instead of doing what they feel like doing.
As of right now, that I'd at a 2. Fuck the rules right now, man.
That's interesting because earlier you promoted the rules.
Yeah.
That would seem to indicate a somewhat like inconsistent attitude towards the rules.
Yes. Well, you don't know why that is? It's because if there are subsystems in place that have specific functions that are needed in order to continue that type of system that I've placed myself in, then I will want those rules to function. But on a general, more societal level, my attitude seems to be more like, fuck the rules. Exactly. So it really just depends on the context there.
You know, it's interesting. There seems to be a genetic component to fuck the rules mentality. Because my family all has everyone has a very strong, like, fuck the rules
Really?
mentality and a buck the system,
Yeah.
like, go against what you're supposed to be doing, like, challenge things, like, that's every single person, like, in our family has that
Nice.
attitude.
Yeah, that's the best way to go.
All right, I seek out relationships that offer me some type of protection.
2.
Are you a gold digger?
Yeah. I'm choosing my girl based on if she has a Lamborghini or not.
Lamborghini or string bikini?
Hopefully both.
Mhm. I can clearly visualize what could happen in the future.
5. That's all I do constantly.
Average people find me a bit weird. Currently,
Honestly,
not like historically.
I wouldn't know. It seems people treat me like a normal human. Like, no one's ever told me I'm weird. So I would guess,
Well, nobody's told me I'm weird either, but I
yeah.
know that I'm weird. Like, I know
Mm,
that I strike social groups because I know my behavior is out of the norm and I just don't care. Like, I will sit there staring at a wall in the middle of a social crowd because I'm
mm,
thinking about something interesting.
yeah.
And I know that that's not normal for a social situation. It's normal to talk and pretend to look cool
Mhm,
and whatnot,
mhm.
but I don't
Yeah.
care. Like, if people want to
Yeah.
judge me for that, it's fine. Like, what I'm thinking about is way more interesting than they would be
Yeah.
anyway. So,
I mean,
um,
I'm always very hyper aware of people's facial expressions and through that dynamical interaction that I have with them.
same, same. Like, it's not a matter of like not being
Mhm.
aware of people necessarily. It's a matter of, well, I mean, and getting back to topic,
Yeah.
like here, um, have there been any indicators to you that people find in a stranger situation, like somebody that doesn't know you yet, that finds you quirky or a bit out of the norm?
Yeah, 1,
One.
honestly. 'Cause I'm a matcher. I match people's personalities, you know?
Mm.
So, I'm fairly familiar with new people. They feel like I'm a familiar type of person.
I like to do things as I've always done them.
No. If 2. I do have some sort of the historically speaking
That's different from what you've told me in the past.
historically speaking, the reason why I said that is because I've just changed my way of doing things many times over the years, and it's really this past year and a half that has been really solidifying my process and how I want to work indefinitely. And so I would I would say now it's, repeat the question again?
I like doing things as I've always
Okay.
done them.
Yes, I'm gonna put this in context of kind of how I've always done them being my understanding of myself
I
finally
think
there.
if I had to guess its essence, like the question that it's trying to ask is because it is kind of a poorly worded question.
Mhm,
Um, I would say it's trying to get at do you is your bias towards keeping things the same, as in like habits that you form, you like to form habits that are routine that you can depend on and things like that,
mhm.
or do you like things always being different?
I like a clear progression towards something, and so if change is a part of that, then that's fine, but I prefer to have predictable outcomes that I can rely
So
on.
then your answer
So,
probably would be a four.
I'd say 4 as well.
Willing to change, but prefer to
Mhm,
keep things the same.
yes. And that depends also on, I would never change my work ethic or structure. But
Why not?
it's just, well, I have a very, for myself, a very intuitive and strong emotional connection with how I gather information and build it up and piece it together. And if I were to restart that process and find something else, I guess if it worked better, then I would utilize that process, but I just don't think I will.
Mm. I persist until a task is done.
Four,
Sure.
I'm pretty good on that stuff. Like if I start something, I'm finishing it no matter what. Like I can't not.
Yeah. For me, it's when I start something, I finish it until my curiosity has been satisfied,
Hmm.
in which case
Yeah,
the motivation goes away.
exactly.
I spend time trying to discover and correct my faults and weaknesses.
Oh yeah, five all the time. It's probably
I
fair.
hold myself to very high standards.
Mm, that's a weird one for me because
You have high goals, but you're not overly critical of yourself.
yes, like I give myself room for error so that, because I know that those are where I find the truth. Is that if I can map out the errors that I make, that means I have a clearer path of finding the correct way of doing things.
Right.
And so I give myself room for error, and I don't feel bad that I made an error on something, even if that's somewhat detrimental to the specific situation that I made that error. In my mind, that's actually where I find the a lot of very positive negative emotions, if that makes sense. Like I like those where I can like re-correct myself in
Mm.
that moment very quickly and utilize that to then move forward. Those are nice. So I would say um
Or
4. Yeah. All right, let's speak deep.
I'm a natural caretaker.
Mm, uh, 5, honestly.
Really?
Yeah. I really like taking care of people, like a lot.
I want people to admire me.
3,
I want to achieve a lot in my
5.
life. If I'm honest, I feel that I am a bit better than other people.
I feel better when I'm honest.
Not really
So I
best.
would say honestly a
Best,
2.
if you're honest, you feel a bit better than other
Yeah,
people.
I put a 2. Not really.
Really?
I mean, it's
So if you're being honest with yourself, you don't feel that way. Because if I'm being honest with myself, I feel that way about you.
I
Like I feel like you are a bit better than other people.
well, okay. So hear me out on this. I get what you're saying because for me, feeling better or feeling like I'm a better person stems from me like having a grudge against someone and being the better person so that I know that I'm better than them. It's not exactly honesty, it's more so actions that I would take to be the better person that makes me feel like I'm a better person than them, as opposed to telling the truth, which is like, oh yeah, I'm better than someone because I tell the truth. It's like, well, we all have our demons and we hide them very well. So,
Right.
you know, it's just a matter of perspective.
Well, here's kind of where my thought comes into it, and I'll record your answer here just so that we
Yeah.
can sway it. But the for me, when I answered that question, I answered it as a 5
Mm,
because majority of people I meet, I do feel better than them. I don't feel like it's because
mm,
I am superior in my innate self
yeah.
in any way, but simply because my value system and my outlook and ability to analyze life and find truth is better
Yeah.
than other people. Majority of other people's out there,
Mhm.
and it is more accurate. I'm able to make higher quality predictions and um am able to reference and evaluate a lot of behaviors in a way that I see other people can't.
Yeah.
And so to me, that lets me know that in a lot of ways, I'm better than other people. But
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that I think that there's just something special about me
Yeah.
that makes me like superior.
Mhm.
It just means that like the circumstances of life have taught me a way of looking at things that is more successful
Yeah.
than the way that a lot of people look at things.
Mhm. I mean, I would say I agree with you. Like, if if you were to ask, if that question were to ask, do you think that your perspective on life is a lot better than the majority of people? I would answer 5 immediately. But there isn't necessarily that. I'm not really cognizant of the fact that's the case, because really what I want to do through my optimal through what I attempt to make as an optimal perspective, I want to bring as many people into that awareness as possible.
Mm.
And so that's really my focus.
See, I do too, but like I have a bias towards assuming the people that I talk to because of my experience with
Yeah.
Hayes, assuming the people that I talk to are going to be needed to be brought up to speed, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like they're not going to be at a similar
Mhm.
level of understanding. And so that's the bias that I go into, which puts me on the bias of thinking that I'm better than other
Yeah.
people. In the simplistic
Mhm.
term in which that statement was made, but that's the point that they're getting at. There, I think, is the do you go into things with the bias, thinking that you're going to be in a better situation and have a better setup to handle most things than other people would,
Mhm. Yeah, and I would say that I think that I do, for the most part. I mean, I think everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and I know a lot of people that I would perceive as average that have innate talents and traits that they've developed that far surpass my own in that particular field or way of interacting with the world. And so it's just such like a I'm still so young. I still have so much to learn that I can't really focus on what I have above other people. I still need to learn from the majority of the
That's
population.
great. That's a great mentality to have. It has its own benefits that come with that.
But I think at your
Yeah.
age, I'll probably be more like that perspective where it's like I've kind of really solidified everything. I really have this full extra like 8 years of life experience for me
Mhm.
with a fully developed brain. I still got 5 years of that left.
Mhm.
So it's just I'm not quite there yet to be able to look at it from that perspective.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty healthy overall, and um, like um, there's definitely, and I've definitely erred more on the side of unhealthy arrogance in the past.
Mhm.
Ideally, we'd be able to just evaluate things as they are, and for me, that evaluation, kind of the mean of that evaluation resides in a generally I'm better at doing
Mm.
things and decisions than most people are.
Yeah.
And a lot of it has to result with my passion for knowledge and the fact that I have a larger knowledge base
Yeah.
than people.
Mm.
And um and there's I place less of an emphasis on emotion, which
Yeah.
allows me a little bit clearer
Mhm.
processing. None of it is really right or wrong. Like it's how you choose to go about life.
Yeah.
And there's not really a you have to be this way,
Mhm.
or this is the best way to be. Just for me, if we're talking about like better in terms of accuracy,
Yeah.
yeah, if we're talking about better, if better here is in the context of your ability to completely enjoy and immerse yourself in the emotions
Mhm.
of an experience, I'm
Yeah.
one of the worst
Mhm.
at that.
For
Like,
sure.
well, not maybe not one of the worst, but I'm like definitely lower on the food chain there. Like, because and then that's one of the downsides that comes to the way that I go about life is that it dulls some of those
I mean,
things.
I also think that
And it's also a
Mhm.
benefit.
I mean, I think some of your resentment is valid kind of towards
I'm not
like,
resentful. How dare you?
towards the people who go throughout their entire lives without doing a single even Google search on what they're talking about, and are really just having a guess at best. Even if they're smart, even if they have a lot of potential, they're really going through lives on whims. And you can see that very easily in interactions, especially when you only say things because you know that this is truth,
Right.
and that this is accurate. Like you've spent your entire life focusing on curating exact answers for yourself while you see all these
It's like
people.
you're fighting me without any
Yeah.
sort of
Mhm.
basis or knowledge.
Yeah.
It's like it's like a stable boy just challenged a knight to a joust with a broom.
Yeah.
Like you are in no position to like make that
Mhm.
challenge. And in fact, it's almost insulting that you would consider it,
Yeah. Mhm.
and because it's not respecting the amount of effort that has been put in, or the even showing any sort of self-referential ability to know that you don't have
Yeah.
that knowledge to be able to make that statement.
Mhm.
And yeah, I think you're right. That is probably where I get some of that because there's a lot of that out there, and people that make statements about things because of propaganda or
Yeah.
values, weird, values that they grew up with. And so they learn to like make statements without being able to properly
Mhm.
back them up. And that's something that I don't
And it's
do.
frustrating that it's so normalized as well. All right,
Mhm.
back to
All
the
right. Yes.
test. Let's go. Good tangent
Feel
though.
a deep sense of grief for what I've lost.
5.
Really interesting. Interesting tangent. I used to feel a deep sense of grief for the things that I
Mhm.
lost until I went through something that was so emotionally like traumatic for me that I learned how to control those scenarios and my emotions surrounding them to the
Yeah.
point that were I to encounter a scenario where I lost something,
Mhm.
I was able to control the
Yeah.
emotional outcome.
That makes sense. All right.
You're saying you can't control that outcome.
I'm
You feel it no matter what.
I I do, and I really allow myself to feel the grief of my losses. I think it'll make me a better person. That's just my mindset. That's just been my mindset. And I
See,
think
that's to me
grieving
though, that goes
is
back to
a
the
healthy
point
thing.
about the avoiding pain that becomes debilitating. Me,
Mm,
that's the reason why I control that and
mm,
I avoid it and I don't allow myself to
yeah,
feel it because to me, that kind of pain is debilitating. It impairs my cognitive
yeah.
function.
Mhm. It just feels like it's a necessary sacrifice momentarily so that it doesn't bring problem to my subconscious, you know?
Why would it bring problems into your subconscious?
I mean, usually have some sort of cognitive effect, and even if that can be suppressed to some degree, it feels like it would still shape my behaviors in ways that I don't notice. And so I'd rather fully bring that into my conscious to notice everything that that could affect. If that makes sense. That's kind of just the way I kind of viewed it. Kind of varies on what kind of loss, but just losses in general, like the
See, depression implies that you think that emotional filtering means information loss or lack of processing.
mm,
That's not
yeah,
the case. And I can say that because the I probably do more emotional processing than almost anybody, any other
yeah,
of the other temperaments out
mhm,
there. Like I don't feel things in the same way that they do because it doesn't cause the chaos in my conscious that emotions typically cause.
mhm,
I control the emotion and observe it
yeah,
and um and determine the source of the different elements and the whys behind them and how they impact and play a part in my uh in my day-to-day life as well as so that I am better able to refine myself and make sure that stuff doesn't become issues, in the future. And
Yeah. Mhm.
so it's not a matter of information lost as a result of filtering. That doesn't mean that you're suppressing your emotions,
Yeah.
as in you're stuffing them and not dealing with them. It means you are managing them in a form that you can actually make um, some sort of solid use out
Mhm.
of.
Yeah.
It's using it as an informational tool. It's like um, figuring out where things went wrong, like almost like a
Yeah.
loss function in
Mm.
machine learning.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, pretty much like that. That makes sense. I would like to be that way. I'm really not. I mean, when it comes to errors, right? You could view that as a loss. Those are very much easily filtered and self-correcting, but I don't associate like a very negative feeling with that. And so it doesn't feel like a loss exactly. It feels more like a win that I'm able to correct myself and then move forward in a better manner. And so when it comes to like losses that usually are correlated with like grief, like true loss, those I really don't know how to filter because it wasn't something I'm quite familiar with. And so I would just simply suppress them deep down. And it took a very long time and a lot of processing to bring those out. And having that all hit me at once was really tough. I mean, it was useful and wonderful, but now I'm kind of at the point to where when I do have those really significant losses that, bring genuine tears to your eyes and make you grieve, those I I have to just fully let it out because I don't really know how to filter that correctly. I mean, I would like to learn how to do that. It's just not necessarily something that I actually do, if I'm being honest,
yeah,
you know?
it's interesting. It'd be interesting to try and figure out if that's something that actually you can teach anybody.
Mm,
You just have to
yeah.
figure out
I mean,
how to do through pain, like,
yeah. I mean, I would say it's just a momentary setback, and then I'm back to normal, like, "All right, now let's continue with life," you know? It's just, I allow myself to sit in that moment.
This is a really, really good way of me describing, like, kind of the process that I go through with handling, like, strong emotions.
Mm,
Like, imagine for a second you are, um that you are trapped in a small alley with a wall at your back, and there's a car that is headed straight for you.
ooh, okay.
You can see the car, like, you can see any there's no way of completely avoiding it, right?
Mhm.
And you can see it coming.
Yeah.
Maybe you prepared a little bit for that eventuality and that circumstance, and are kind of um, initially thought through, some of the ways that you could handle this, and then the car's coming at you, and um, so you have a specific plan that you start, like, formulating, and it's that set of actions that you start formulating that are going to help you best absorb the impact in a way that is not going to be as detrimental or
Mhm.
lethal to you.
Yeah.
So, maybe you decide you're going to, like, jump at the last second and try to avoid being smashed against the wall, like,
Yeah.
and you still get a certain amount of impact, but it's way dulled because of the fact that you observed it coming.
Mhm.
You
We're
knew
prepared
that
for it.
you were
Yeah.
prepared for it, and you had
Yeah.
eventualities, like, in place for that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Kind of
Mhm.
somewhat crude, but similar enough.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case where I'm kinda just I brace for that impact, kinda let it happen, and then from there, it's that
So you
recovery
just
point.
stand there and let the car hit you.
Uh, to I would say that it's
One way or another, this car is gonna hit me. Might as well let it break my spine.
well, it's not a room in this alleyway analogy for my interpretation. But I guess I would,
Fine, just come up with a
to
different one.
some degree, I would say that if there is a car coming at me, I would try my best to face it, right? And that's kind of those moments. And then that recovery process is the jumping over and kind of those hits and the pain that you feel. And then afterwards, just focusing
So
on moving
in
forwards.
your methodology, the fact that you survived being hit by a car and you're now in the hospital and you are able to get up and teach yourself how to walk again, that for you is the importance.
I guess so. It's more so like, let's say you always get hit by the car no matter what. And the and if you choose to go to the hospital immediately for recovery or if you wait a couple weeks or if it's a longer like that to me kind of seems like my perspective where I'm like, I want to immediately focus on maximizing kind of my mindfulness of the situation and kind of
So you're going to the doctor for all the painkiller drugs,
yes.
get you back on your feet.
Yeah, to some degree. After I've experienced that pain, it's a very quick experience, but it's real. I make it as real as possible so that I can utilize that for my
You're
true
gonna
self.
hit me, you might as well
Mhm.
hit me hard.
Yeah, exactly. That's honestly my perspective on it. I just like to like to me it feels like a reward to be able to feel things so deeply at those moments because I don't usually get to feel like that because I'm usually that very much observant, filtering my emotions, staying very far away from them in a way. And so it's just kind of a way for me to just
It's so weird
seep
because I
in.
relate so much on the general standpoint, the general observant, like, standpoint, and I'm right there with you on like right up until you get to the point where the feeling, the
Mhm.
the intense emotions, like or the intense negative emotion part, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
like no, I don't see a point to like
It just feels like a pivotal part in my story that I have to
yeah.
live out truly.
Yeah, it'll be
So,
interesting. That's ah, I can kind of see how I feel like it's almost in the same way that people enjoy conflict because of the post-conflict um, uh, settle that happens
mm,
afterwards,
yeah.
where it like releases that tension and that kind
Mhm.
of serotonin or like whatever from
Yeah.
being in that conflict, and it's kind of that enjoyment of that post recovery period.
I think there is, definitely some degree of that. Alright,
Right.
we gotta continue 'cause
Uh,
I
I am a unusual sort of person.
I would okay. I would say to some degree I am. I wouldn't put myself as like a super
Okay,
crazy.
4.
Yeah, I'd say a 4,
I take time to understand things more deeply than most people
5. Okay.
do. It is important to me to be prepared for any emergency.
I would say I'd say 4, actually,
I
like
distract
preparing
myself
myself.
from any sad feelings that arise.
Mm, 2. I try setting that.
I often make changes in my life when things get boring.
Not really when things get boring. That if well, I mean, I like to change from a bored state to an excited state, but I don't change things fundamentally. So I would
Mm,
say
yeah.
probably I mean, I guess I
Yeah,
can
yeah. I say that's probably just to keep it as a 3 because I get
mhm,
what your point.
yeah,
Point is there. I tend to be more optimistic than most people do.
5,
I can uh, pe- tell people what I think, even if it's hard to hear.
2,
I would rather follow the group than push for what I want. 3.
3.
Probably that's a
Yeah.
good question.
Depends on if I care about the situation or not.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it was an environment with like you and me, I would care,
Right.
but with like other people, not really.
starting to be able to tell by your facial expression what your answer is. I feel most comfortable in organizations with a clear hierarchy.
2.
And I'm getting good at this.
I know.
I take measures to protect myself and my loved ones from harm.
5.
I make plans for many years into the future.
5.
I am a unusually unique person.
I wouldn't say unusually unique. I would say I do have a unique quality that I think is somewhat special. I would say I'd say 4.
I don't think you give yourself enough credit.
Mm.
I think you're a 5 across the board.
I think you're a 5 across the board. 10. 10 out of 5.
10 out of 5. 10 out of 5. Yeah. I just like trying new methods or procedures.
1, honestly. I like trying new things a lot. New methods.
I focus on my responsibilities and duties.
I'm very serious about them, so I'd say 4.
I read books that help me be more productive or better
5.
at what I do.
I read so many books. Bad. Oh, it's great, actually.
Put a lot of pressure on myself to do things right.
I'd 4. I really try my best.
I take the initiative to help other people and make their lives
3.
put in the effort to make a good impression on others.
4.
I set ambitious goals for myself.
5.
I am an important member of my social group.
Social group. I mean, 4, I guess. It's just really small.
Well, if your social group is me,
Yeah.
I'd say
Like I don't
5.
have like a social network that I interact with. I just have my close friends, so we're all important.
I can describe my emotions in a lot of depth and detail.
5, I would say. Could talk about it forever. It's bad.
I often feel like an outsider.
I would say a 3 because I really used to feel that way, but I don't anymore.
I find my mind to be a very interesting place.
5. I think it is very interesting. I don't understand it myself. I'm fascinated by my own mind. Everyone's mind.
I'm always aware of what can go wrong in situations.
Depends on the intensity of the situation, but I would say in relevant context, 4.
I have many ways of avoiding situations that get me down.
4.
Your answers regarding emotions, just so you know, are very chaotic.
They are very they are very chaotic, so I don't yeah.
I am always up for new adventure.
Dude, 5. Give me something new, man. I'm loving it.
Your answers regarding things that are new are also very chaotic.
That is true. I'm also a very chaotic person.
I believe that things usually work out for the best.
2.
They usually work out for the worst.
Which is why I try my best to be positive so that I can try my best to resist that
Interesting.
entropy state.
I stand up even if it upsets other people.
Core values and principle, I would say a 5. The thing, I'm pretty lenient though. I'd say a 4. For what matters, I'm really like that.
I let other people take the lead.
I let people take the lead, but I don't let others lead me. That makes sense.
But 3.
3, yeah.
I dislike people who disrupt things by breaking the rules.
Agree. It's so
me.
so context dependent.
I would rely more on the two side of that because I actually like watching those scenarios happen or
Yeah.
being the one to do it. But like, it's just fun for me to like
Yeah.
watch people be.
No, seriously, I totally agree with you.
Yes.
It just depends on how much I'm personally involved in that, and if there's actually a goal that's good that we're working
Right.
towards, and they disrupt that by being selfish and dumb, that kind of pisses me off.
Right. Yeah, I could see that.
Mhm.
Yeah, people that just are like disruptive for no reason.
Yeah. If there's a reason, I'm like clapping in the back. I'm like, great for you. It's wonderful.
I make alliances with people who can help me stay safe.
I'd say like I'd probably say a 4.
Does that typically come into your evaluation process?
Mhm. To some degree. I like when I can see other people provide that type of like safety and protection because that's what I want to give them.
Oh,
You know,
sure. Yeah.
it's like, oh, you're already giving it. I want to give it right back. You know.
I guess so far, what we've gone over is 7 wing 6.
Interesting.
I am, uh, I am often looking ahead towards what is coming next.
I live fairly in the moment. Honestly, I have very broad, general overviews of my life and different directions that I want to pull through and different predictions that I have about the.
But not immediately like looking ahead.
Yeah, I don't really look ahead. I really just stay in the
I think
moment.
that's what I was asking.
Yeah, so
We'll put 3.
I was up at 2. Mhm.
I have different interests than most people.
5.
The traditional way of doing things is the best way.
So
In general.
in general, I would say a 2.
Almost.
Ooh.
Couple more. That's a question. I'm responsible and reliable person.
I would say I would say I could say 3.5, I would. It's just for the things that really count, I really am dependable. But when the outcome doesn't have too much of like a fallout, then usually I'm more relaxed, but I will obviously still pull through. So I would say 4.
Okay. I have a lot of plans for how I can improve myself.
5.
Make sure that even small details are correct.
5. I like at the I am very adamant about the final product that I ever show anybody being like if it's my work that will have gone through rigorous testing.
That's interesting because your answers regarding this particular like bents of this question have been a little bit like ranging,
Mhm.
which almost kind of demonstrate your some of the different personality components that you wrestle with.
Yeah.
Like because the way that you just answered it is often a lot of times a 5 mentality, like
Mm.
making sure the final product is
Yeah.
something that is immaculate.
Mhm.
Um,
I mean, that's definitely a newer development that I've had though.
really.
Mhm, but it's I've implemented it fully in the way I do things.
Mm.
So, I'd
And
say
you are
now
caring
it's
for others and their needs.
mm, I would say that's hard because there are times where I'm very much like that, but then the majority of the time, I would say I'm not like that. I'll
Okay.
put 3.
Put 3. Which is interesting because that's different from how you answered that variant of that
Mm.
question earlier.
Yeah.
You answered it as a 5
Yeah.
earlier based on what
Mm.
was asked. I want to be a person that others can look up to.
Generally, yeah, I'd say I'm a 4 on that.
Also, question I asked earlier.
Mm.
I push myself to succeed.
5. Yeah, I really do. I try my best.
Make important contributions to my community.
Mm. I'm I think I have made contributions.
It's not have you, do you, so it's like on a regular.
Oh, so it's like a regular, like, do you make
Right.
contributions?
It's like I consist.
Mm, I would say I try my best with what I have, but I'm in a state where I'm really just focused on myself because I need that.
Put
So
a
I'd
3
say,
there.
yeah, I'd put a 3 there, honestly.
I rarely have strong emotions.
Mm, I would put when I feel things deeply, I really feel things deeply. But
Because I
on the
rarely have strong emotions.
but
So
that
means
is
you can have strong emotions, but you just rarely have.
mhm. I would say that I'm a 4 on that. Yeah. Because even when I do feel emotions, they're very much in that filtered observant level, you know? So I don't, like, actually feel them. They don't dictate my actions to some degree. They do, obviously, but I try my best to control that.
Curious because that's feels a little bit different than what you said earlier, but
Yeah.
said that
What did
you're
I say?
feeling the full impact of your emotions.
Well, when it the full impact, yes, but naturally, I do kinda stand in that observer state. But there are moments of, like, kind of peaks that I find myself in, not a lot, but I find them very useful for continuing life, just as a reference point.
Hmm.
I don't know. Hmm.
I feel I never truly belonged in social groups.
It's like, I'm decent at navigating them. Do I really feel like I belong there in, like, the average social situation? No, not really.
So 1 or 2.
I try to be as honest as possible because I'm someone I really want to connect with people. I want to bring out the best in people. I want to be in good and positive environments, and a lot of the ways to do that is through social environments. And obviously, the correct curated one is the best. You know, like our social dynamic. I absolutely love that and feel like I belong.
Or sorry, I meant 4 or 5. Because the question was, feel I never truly belong.
Mhm.
Answer would be, but go
Yeah.
ahead. Yes.
So I would I would say that
In general,
in general, I really don't feel like I belong. So I'd put a 4. But I do have close circles and my social friends that I really do feel close with.
I want to learn as much as I can about how the world works.
5. 5 big yeses.
It's important for me to understand what can go wrong in a situation.
I'd put a 4 on that. It's not overly accentuated, but, it's something I do think about.
Okay. I take steps to ensure I don't feel sad and lonely.
Mm,
I don't really have a problem with being.
no, I love being by myself.
So,
So, I honestly say 2 because I don't really, like, actively attempt that very often,
Right.
but I do sometimes,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
It's like sometimes avoiding being sad is helpful.
Mhm.
Um, I
Yeah,
don't really ever find that avoiding being lonely is
yeah.
super helpful
I
unless I have something that's building up in my brain.
Mhm. Yeah.
Trying to keep things or trying new things to keep life or trying new things keeps life interesting.
I mean, I would say trying new things is a fundamental way of how to increase neuroplasticity. And that's something that I actively want to pursue. So I would honestly put like 4 in that.
I'm an upbeat person. 5.
Yeah. You
4 so you have a realistic side.
Yeah. You know, I've gone through the nihilistic where I would have been 2, honestly, but I've changed over time to understand a more general purpose.
I'm usually the one to take a stand when others won't.
That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one because I do really enjoy being the person that is a part of a group that's supposed to go in some certain directions or make certain reactions or certain behaviors that they're supposed to do. I love being the first one to be doing it. I so eh, I do like leading to some degree, but as long as I'm not continuing in that state, because then that's kind of boring in my opinion. Unless it's an optimal kind of environment, then it's really
Not
fun.
what it asked, though. It
So,
asked, I'm usually the one to take a stand when
oh,
others won't. Means like
oppose somebody else's
there
stance.
is if there is a need to resist or to maybe not even resist, just to be the first person, the one that isn't afraid to stand
Mm.
up, whether that be to lead, to try something, to challenge something.
I will be the first person to try something. That if anyone's scared to try something, I really will do that. So I'm gonna put a 3 there because I just haven't been put in enough situations where I can really have a understanding. Yeah.
Other people have stronger opinions than I do.
Yes, because I'm still trying to figure things out. You know, I can't be too.
Plus, you generally see multiple sides.
Yeah,
Of things.
that's one I love
We say
doing
4 or
that.
5.
I say 4.
Everyone has a role to play in society. They do need to do their
5. Definitely think that.
I'm concerned with protecting what I have.
3.
I have a good sense of what my future holds.
So much potential. If I was a normal person, I probably would say 5. But I can just see so much potential variability in how things can play out that I have a general understanding of what direction I want to go. But if that changes, that's fine with me. I can see multiple options that span a very long time.
Mhm.
So I would honestly put it at a 3, where it's like I have a general knowledge of it, but it's gonna vary to some degree.
Mhm. I'm an average person with ordinary likes and dislikes.
Mm, uh,
Say 1 or 2.
I honestly, I think a 1. I really it's really not average.
I try new ways of doing things just to see if they will work.
When it comes to the more, I guess, engineering side of my personality, I would say 4. I'm very much in
Okay.
doing things differently in a creative process. So,
I have a great deal of willpower.
hmm,
Answer the next one after this.
I think I think I think 4. I have a pretty strong willpower. It's just sometimes kind of hard to tap into.
Yeah. The next one after that, I already
Well, what is it?
for you. The self improvement is a major interest of mine.
I wonder. Oh no.
Oh, I mean,
Uh, I put a 4 because I was just like, yeah, I mean, it does keep things interesting for sure. I mean, I agree with that statement. I don't know how trying new things would make things boring.
they are currently doing a before we
Mm.
find out the results here. It says they're doing a motivation survey. We're currently doing research into how your personality traits might relate to your motivation, interest in personal growth, and pain.
Oh, that's
Please
interesting.
state answer one or more of the following of the questions below. Surveys optional responses.
Yeah, we really it's 2 o'clock. I really don't have time.
Okay.
So it sounds fun.
Get my results. All right.
All right, let's see. Let's see it. I'm excited. What am I? Probably like, what the hell type of person is this?
What? Wait a second.
What is it saying? Dude, you can't make that face. Oh no. I'm really nervous. Really? Interesting.
Not what I would have expected from it based off of a
Hmm.
lot of your answers. Yes, and you have a lot of five in you.
Cool. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I feel like I have a lot of 5 in me to some degree.
It makes sense why we get along so
Mhm.
well. You also have
That makes sense because that's definitely what I was at some point. Mm.
would read about the fives,
Yeah.
and read about sevens, maybe two at
Mhm.
the same time. Seems like you've got some elements of both to a certain degree.
Yeah.
And that's what I found too. Like I was at a seven for a long period of my life, of my early years when I was your age.
Yeah.
I had a lot of seven. There were
Mhm.
fives or components that were like underlying a lot of things, like um, my kind of deviousness, my
Mm.
ability to get around the
Yeah.
rules, resist. Like there's a lot of components in my childhood that kind of carried through, but there was this seven kind of adaptability
Yeah.
mentality
Mhm.
in my early years.
I think that's kind of what it was. Like the more general, like historical account of my life experiences, I answered more 7. But when it came to me personally now, I answered more 5. And so that's why there was such a wide range
Interesting.
because those variants kind of had different contexts behind them.
Yeah.
And so like when it came to like, because when I answered the ones that are like more general, I would kind of analyze my entire life experiences and how that worked. But when it came to like the ones that are more like now, how does this make you feel or things
Hmm.
that was more of like, okay, how do I feel this very second for myself?
Yeah.
That I think I answered more 5 there and the more general ones 7. So that's probably why there's
Yeah. There
that.
was probably a part of me a while ago that really was passionate about like new experiences, like making exciting things happen and whatnot,
Mhm.
and uh, 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 uh,
Yeah.
kind of had a lot of those adventure seven traits, but I think those eventually kind of ended up being evaluated in my brain as like impractical to pursue in tandem with a lot of the other stuff
Yeah.
that was important. So
Mm-hmm.
kind of fell by the wayside. Because there is a part of me that enjoys that too. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I still, even now, like if somebody forces me to stop doing what I'm doing and go out and have an adventure or something like that, like a lot of times I
Yeah.
will enjoy that to an extent, depending on what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just I
My
I
default is
think
kind of research mode, like hiding away.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, I would say that's how I usually am. So I do say those I like getting away from that comfortability for a little bit so that I can then in turn appreciate how much I love that kinda hiding away, researching type of living, honestly, because
Mhm.
I find myself in these states where I kind of don't appreciate it for what it is. And so I like to get away for a weekend or a week in a vacation with my family, and I realize I'm just like, man, what I would do to just go back to my room and just focus
That's
on,
me.
just
I'll
everything that
enjoy
I
it for
could.
like a period of time. I'm
Mhm.
like, oh, this is fun. Like we're doing, especially if it's with people I care about
Yeah,
or like
yeah.
talking to. But then I'm like, after a certain amount of time, I'm just like, home,
Yes,
home,
exactly.
get me
Mhm.
home. I want to crawl in my space and
Continue.
find something that interests me.
Exactly. Most people would be like, "Why would you wanna live like a hermit?" It's fun living like a hermit. It's fun, especially when you find other hermits and you
Yes,
can do hermit things together.
exactly. Other wizards like out there that you
Mhm.
can talk about wizard stuff with. And
And smoke pipes and all that.
exactly,
Mhm.
exactly. Speaking of which, we got some stuff to do and
Yes,
some smoke rings to puff.
that's right. I'm gonna do that.
All righty, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in for this special birthday edition.
Whoop, whoop. 20 years old.
Yeah. And we will probably try and cover our neuroscience and our
Useful
machine learning
topics.
topics.
Next time. Yes. Thank you, guys. Peace out.
See you guys later.